Good morning, we're in the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date,
Mr. Chair, we can't hear you.
Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2021-096. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There is actually one hearing that we have. We have a public hearing this morning. Once your case is called, it will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the party will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. All right, our first order of business today, it is a public hearing on the MPD reimbursable detail rulemaking. Ms. Andrews, can you please look to see if there's anyone online this morning who wants to participate in this public hearing?
Sure, stand by. Any party that wants to participate in this hearing, please acknowledge yourself in the chat so that I may elevate your rights. So far, no one has acknowledged themselves, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Andrews. This hearing was scheduled for 10:30 this morning. It is now 10:45, and there are no members of the public have identified themselves to be heard at this public hearing today. But I'll just read the statement and I will check again at the end of my statement. Good morning. We're here today to conduct a public hearing and take comment on a proposed rulemaking that modifies Section 718 of Title 23 of the DCMR regarding the MPD reimbursable detail subsidy program. Specifically, this is the Metropolitan Police Department reimbursable detail subsidy program hours of eligibility, notice of force emergency, and proposed rulemaking, which the board approved on June 16, 2021. It was published in the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations at 68 DCR 7062, July 16, 2021. The emergency and proposed rulemaking amends 23 DCMR 718 by number 1, restoring the hours of eligibility for obtaining reimbursement for RDO services to the pre-COVID-19 pandemic hours of 11:30 p.m. to 5 a.m. Sunday through Saturday. Number 2, restoring the hours of eligibility for obtaining reimbursement for RDO services for temporary license holders or those approved for a one-day substantial change permit to the pre-COVID-19 pandemic hours of 24 hours a day. And 3, including the DC Main Street program to the list of entities eligible for participation in the RDO subsidy program, and thus allowing reimbursement in accordance with 23 DCMR Section 718. We did not hear from witnesses in advance of the hearing regarding the desire to address the board. However, if anyone is present today and wishes to speak to those proposed rules, please make yourself available. Please make yourself known. Additionally, interested parties are permitted to submit written comment for the board's consideration by no later than 4 p.m. on Friday, August 20th, 2022. The public is invited to send written comments to abra.legal@dc.gov. And Ms. Andrews, can you also look again to see if there's any member of the public who by themselves to testify today, please?
Mr. Chair, there is no one that has acknowledged themselves for this case.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andrews. Again, I just want to remind the public that you have until close of business on Friday, August 20th, 4 p.m. on Friday, August 20th Friday, August 20th, 2021 to submit public comments, and the comments can be sent to abra.legal@dc.gov. I would just like to thank members of the public who are, although they're not participating in this hearing, who are listening to this hearing today for their participation. And so we'll now bring this hearing to a close. Thank you very much. All right. We will now do our legal agenda. All right, so the first matter on our legal agenda is a review of the third amendment to the settlement agreement dated May the 11th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Chair Ethiopian Restaurant, license number 090311. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next on our legal agenda is a review of District Still's request for reinstatement of its canceled license. This is District Still, license number 102521. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter in our legal agenda is the review of protestants' motion to extend the duration of the protest hearing. This is the Holiday Liquors license number 091095. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr.
Chair,
Cato.
Mr. Chair, is this number 4 on the list? Is this number 4 on the list?
This is number 3 on the list, Mr.
This
Short.
is number 3 on the list.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you please number them for us, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind?
Yes, Mr. Short. All
Thank
right.
you.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We're now on the 4th item on our legal agenda. The 4th item on our legal agenda is a review of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F's complaint of a settlement violation. This is in Never Look Better, license number 116062. I make a motion that we refer this matter to enforcement. The enforcement division? Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I
Grandis
second.
seconds.
Mr. Short and I believe Mr. Grandis. I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, thank you. All right. All right, we're gonna do the licensing agenda. All right. The first matter, number 1 on the licensing agenda, is a review request to remove license from safekeeping to reopen at newly approved location. This is Retro Wine and Spirits, license number 108135. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our licensing agenda is a review request for safekeeping of license. This is for West End Cinema Beverage, license number 100805. I make a motion that we grant this through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3 on our licensing agenda is a review application of a change of hours. This is for Illusion Bar and Lounge, license number 108315. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4 on our licensing agenda is a review application for sports wagering endorsement to include 4 self-service betting terminals in the bar area. This is for Morris American Bar, license number 111602. I make a motion that this matter be placarded. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis seconds.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5 on the licensing agenda is a review request to add a distillery pub permit endorsement. This is for Angso Cider and Tasting Room, license number 102866. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6 on the license agenda is a review application to add a third summer garden endorsement with 61 seats. This is for the Intercontinental Washington, D.C., the Wharf/Moon Rabbit, license number 114491. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7 on the license agenda is a review request for an off-site storage permit to store alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at 1806 Vernon Street, Northwest 3rd floor. This is for to be determined MAHK Meetings LLC, license number 116881. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis, seconds.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8 on the license agenda is a review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Bar Pilar, license number 113405. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. The next, number 9 on our agenda is a review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Italian Pizza Kitchen, license number 079296. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10 on the agenda is a review request for disposal permit to transport unopened alcoholic beverage products to the hotel's Class B 25% shop located at the same address, Ambra, license number 118161. And this request has been made by the Eaton DC license number 095442. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11 on our license agenda is a review request to renew storage facility permit or originally approved on July 26, 2017. This is Zachary's Storage DC LLC storage facility permit. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda, number 1, is a review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for Songbird, license number 119101. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our supplemental license agenda is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of import for a new ABC license. This is for Immigrant Food, license number 118473. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The next matter, number 3 on the agenda, is a review request to withdraw application for a trade name change to Gardinino Pizzeria Restaurant and application for a corporate name change to Six Brothers, Inc. The request has been made by L. Rincon, license number 060003. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4 on our supplemental license agenda is a review request to withdraw application for a new ABC license due to neighborhood opposition. This is for Sip Wine and Spirits, license number 118250. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We're now going to move to the board's temporary one-day substantial change docket. The first matter on the board's temporary one-day substantial change docket, it's a request made by Barbara Masanova. This is for a one-day license class F. This is for a wedding on August 17th, 2021. The license number is 119041. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on this docket, it's a request made by Alex T. Krefetz. This is for one-day license class F. This is a fundraising wine tasting. The date of the event is August 26, 2021. The license number is 119047. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number 3 on this docket is a request made by Sean E. Lewis Velasquez. This is for one-day license class F. This is for wedding on August 21st, 2021. The license number is 119087. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request, a request made by Nicole R. Hanley. This is for one-day license class F. This is for baby shower. It was previously approved by the board for May the 28th, 2021. The new date now is August 20th, 2021. The license number is 118344. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next event, it's a request made by Keys Group LLC. This is for one-day substantial change. The date of event is August 14th, 2021. The license number is 105012. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request, number 6 on this agenda, is a request made by Heist Group LLC. This is for one-day substantial change. The date of this, a one-day substantial change to use its license off premises at 2700 F Street West, the Kennedy Center. The date of the event is August 21st, 2021. The license number is 105012. The substantial change request is 21 SC 00755. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We have now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number 7 on our agenda is another request from the Heist Group, HEIST Group LLC. This is again another one-day substantial change. This is a day substantial change to use its license off premises at 2700 F Street Northwest, the Kennedy Center. The date of the event is August 28th, 2021. The license number is 105012. The substantial change request number is 21 SC 00756. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. This next number 8 on the agenda is a request from DC Cantor / Midgara LLC. This is a one-day substantial change. This is a This event was previously approved for August 7th, 2021. This is a DC Cantor hosting a wine tasting event where customers can sample 25 fine wine. The new date is now November the 13th, 2021. The license number is 090639. The substantial change license is now 21 SC 00716. I'll make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr.
Grandis will
Short,
second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis a second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Ms. Grandis agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number 9 on this agenda, it's the Caribbean Crawl. This is a pub crawl request made by Regmo Pro Holding Inc. The event is Regmo Proman Holding LLC, previously approved for the hours of 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. The date of the event is August 28th, 2021. The hours of the event is now 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. The license number is 104072. The substantial change license number is now 21 SC 0096. I make a motion that we approve this change. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We now move to the board's licensing administrative docket for August 11th, 2021. On this docket, there are 8 requests. I will go through all 8. I will state what the changes that are being requested, and at the end of the list, I will ask that the board approve the changes. So number 1 on the request, on this document, the request made by Cynthia Waite. This is for a personal importation permit application. The license number is 21 IMP 00027. Number 2 on the list, it's a request from Stephanie Sexton. This is again also for a personal importation permit application. The license number is 21 IMP 00028. Number 3 on the list is a request made by Pearls Bagels, license number 116638. They are a retailer D restaurant. They are requesting the carry out and delivery endorsement application. Number 4 on the list is a request made by Piccadilly LLC, the ministry, number 108087. They are a retailer C Tavern. They're asking for the carry out and delivery application. Number 5 on the list is a request made by Jocelyn's Restaurant Bar and Lounge, license number 099451. They are retailer C Restaurant. This is a stock transfer application. Number 6 on the list is a request made by Amity Wine and Spirits, license number 118327. They are a retailer A liquor store. This is a new ABC license application. Number 7 on the list is a request made by Good Old Reliable Liquors, license number 117743. They are a retailer A liquor store. This is a transfer with sale application. Number 8 on the list is a request made by A. Law Ardente. The license number is 118368. They are a retailer C restaurant. This is a new ABC license application. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board grants all the requests from the establishments that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson agree. The matter passed 6-0. The board is now at the end of its morning agenda. We will now adjourn until 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. I would then like to instruct all board members for us to return to executive session for further development. So I'll see you, the public, at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. We're on the record. Welcome to our afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining us this afternoon are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's agenda, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 4 hearings scheduled for this afternoon. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. Excuse me. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Again, if you have any questions during the hearing, you can also put your notification in the chat, or you can email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first hearing for this afternoon, it's case number 21 CMP 00022, Brick Lane Restaurant, license number 109778. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case? Thank you.
Sure, stand by.
So while Ms. Andrews is elevating the rights, if you are a party participant for Brick Lane Restaurant, please identify yourself so Ms. Andrews can elevate your rights so you can participate in this hearing.
Mr. Ruiz, your rights have been elevated. That's all I have for now, Mr. Chair.
Is there Mr. Elalami, Elalami? What about Mr. Karachuko? Are you on the line? If you're on the line either by a video or calling, can you please identify yourself for the hearing, please? This matter was scheduled for fact-finding hearing at 1:30. It's now 1:40. So we're going to wait another 5 minutes for the licensee for this case to identify themselves. Maximum 5 minutes for the licensee to identify themselves. Again, if there's anyone online who is familiar or who's here for Brick Lane Restaurant license, Brick Lane Restaurant is at 517 8th Street, Southeast. The license number is 109778. Brick Lane Restaurant. Brick Lane Restaurant. If you are there, can you please identify yourself? So I'm gonna wait 2 more minutes because we're gonna have this hearing today, but I'm gonna wait another 2 more minutes to once again scour to make sure that no one is there to move forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
thank you. For our record, since this is a public hearing, could we put in the record how the owner of record or owners of record were notified?
I'm trying to find that information, Mr. Grandis. That's why I'm
Yeah,
giving.
okay, thank you very much. I just thought it would help with the record. Thank you.
Thank you. As you know, we're all remote, so I'm trying to get that information. All right. The licensee was invited, was provided notice for this hearing on July 28th. I am aware that the agency has had contact with this licensee consistently through its mode of communication, and so they were notified of this hearing on July 28th, and they're not here today. So we're gonna have the fact-finding hearing. All right, so Mr. Ruiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, first name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
I apologize, Mr. Ruiz.
That's
And
okay.
where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And what is your role at the agency, sir?
I am an investigator.
How long have you been working for the agency, sir?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And how are you familiar with this establishment, Brick Lane Restaurant?
Brick Lane started investigating the ownership after I had discovered trade name change prior to that. So in talks with the claimed owners of the property, the new owners of the property, Ms. Siham Zuin and Mr. Mohammed Karachow. I've been in conversation with them since about October 2021 when we initially discovered the name change on the front of the building.
All right, hold on, Mr. Ruiz. Can you spell, you just put 2 names in the record. Can you spell those names, please, for the record?
Yes, Mohammed, Mohamed. Last name's Karachow, Karrakchou. And Miss Siham, Siham, last name Zuin, Zouine.
Now, how is it that what modes of communication have you been using to communicate with these individuals?
I had spoke to both of these individuals in person during subsequent visits of the establishment on April 8th, 2021, when I discovered the trade name had not been changed since they had taken over ownership.
Now,
Um,
let's start at the beginning. Did you write a report?
I did.
All right, so why don't you go through your report and tell us what it is that you have, what did you come across as far as this establishment is concerned, please?
Okay, so on April 8th, 2021, I made a visit to the establishment in regard to the trade name on the building. I know the trade name was called Mekki, Mekki, which was on a banner sign, as well as the menus posted on front of the building. But the license was still registered as Brick Lane Restaurant. I spoke to Saham Zuin that day, in which she represented herself as the owner, and her partner, who takes care of the paperwork, was overseas at the time, so I could not speak to him at that moment. After returning to the office, I conducted a records check through our Excel program, which established the current owner as Elalami, Elalami, last name Ikhiar, Ikhiar, listed as the managing member 100%, as the sole owner. I did attempt to reach Mr. Ikhiar via telephone, but I was unsuccessful. I was able to revisit the location on June 24th, 2021, where I was able to meet with the additional partner, Mr. Karakchow, to get a further understanding of what was going on with the business at the time. At that time, the Mekki banner was removed, but they were still operating with menus still stating Mekki. I spoke with Mr. Karakchow and asked him who the owner of the establishment is, and he stated that he was. I then asked him when he acquired the business. He stated he acquired the business February 2020, at which time they began experimenting with the trade name, which he identified it as a pop-up by the name of Mekki. And he wanted to test out how the menu would work. I did ask him about the previous owner, Mr. Ikhiar, which they do have a close friendship relationship. He stated to me that Mr. Ikhiar has been back in his home country overseas, and he has no intention to return back to the United States. So I notified Mr. Karakchow that they needed to get in contact with ABRA. He stated he's been in contact with licensing and legal, and showed me an email from Mr. Ikhiar's account. He stated that he obtained the email when they took over ownership of the business. I did advise him at that time that they were in violation for change of ownership without board approval, and that I advised him that he make an urgent attempt to contact ABRA and to get all that straightened out. And on June 28, 2021, I did check with legal as well in Excel, and there was no indication at that time that an application was made for either a change of ownership or a change of the trade name. The establishment does have a settlement agreement, but does not have a security plan, and that's basically a conclusion of my investigation.
So as far as ABRA is concerned, who is the owner of this establishment?
Mr. Ikhiar, Ikhiar, from LLC.
Does APRA have any information? Is Mr. Ekiar, is he a 100% owner of the establishment?
My review of Excella in the CISC records was at the time my check, June
And
28th.
when was, I'm sorry, when?
June 28th was last time I checked the record.
Are,
But I know
are you,
they've,
go ahead, sir.
but I have heard recently that they were in contact with licensing and legal for the training change.
Do you know the nature of the contact with legal? Are you aware? Or licensing division, are you aware of the what contact, if any, was made?
I am not of the details. I just know that they had made it an application.
Okay. All right. I just want the record to reflect that service was effectuated in person for this hearing on July 23rd. And Mr. Ali, A-L-I-K-H-A-L-E-D, Khalid, he signed the service form. So on the record to reflect that personal service was made on July 30th, and that Mr. Ali Khalid signed the service form acknowledging receipt and notice of today's hearing. And it is 1:55 for a 1:30 hearing, and no one has identified themselves as a representative from this establishment during the chat or the question and answer feature. So we want the record to reflect on that. Are there any questions by any board members of Mr. Ruiz?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I had one question for Mr. Ruiz.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Investigator Ruiz, thank you for your report. I'd like to know on the date or day that you were there and talked to both the prior owner and the one who claims to be owner now, they were two separate persons, is that correct?
No, I have never spoke to the original owner. I was unable to get in contact with him. I had spoke to originally just a female owner by last name Zouine, Z-O-U-I-N-E. And then I spoke with Karakchal on 2 different days. So I had one day, one the other day.
Okay, so you have talked to how many people all total that claim they were owners or part owners of this business?
2.
And what dates would that have been?
One on April 8th, 2021, and June 24th, 2021.
And at that time, they said they were going to get it straightened out with Arbor and get the license correctly placed like it should be.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Are there any questions by any of the board members?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead,
Chairman.
Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Mr. Ruiz, I want to thank you for your expert testimony today and your participation. Thank you very much. I know you probably have long hours, and we appreciate your participation. It helps us formulate our decision. I just want to be clear for myself. ABRA only recognizes one individual as the owner of this license. Is that correct?
Correct. One managing member. Yes.
Yes. So there is no original owner and new owner. There's just, from ABRA's perspective, there is just a managing member of an LLC, I'm assuming, who is the sole person in ABRA records that indicate that that person is the owner.
Correct.
And it's my understanding that this fact finding instructed the owner or the owner's representative to attend this fact finding today.
It's my understanding as well.
When you said I think you've answered this, but when you researched the records, you presented testimony on that stated that the person purporting to be managing / whatever, with the pop-ups and whatever, said that the owner of record has left the US and gone back to his home country, if I heard that correctly.
Yes, that's correct.
Is there anything in ABRA records that indicates that this owner has contacted ABRA to update and change the address for notification?
No.
And may I ask if you have, what is the last date that you checked that?
Last time I checked the records was on June 28th, 2021.
Thank you. I have no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, hearing none. Thank you for your presentation today, Mr. Ruiz.
You're welcome.
And thank you. The board will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 21-251-00016, Empire Lounge, license number 110702. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case? We should have the owner, the owner's representative, Mr. Bianco, and I believe that the supervisor investigator, John Florentine, I believe, are the parties that I'm aware of who are participating in this hearing.
Sure, stand by. Mr. Nagusi, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Fiorentine, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Bianco, your rights have been elevated. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Mr. Bianco, is there anyone else that you're expecting to participate? Is there one here?
There is not, Mr. Anderson, so it's just going to be myself and the owner of the establishment, Mr. Nagusi, who is present.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Bianco, can you please identify yourself for the record and can you spell or state your name, please?
Sure. My name is Richard Bianco, last name spelled Bianco. I am counsel for the licensee.
And Mr. Nagusi, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Desalegn Niguse. Last name is spelled as Nigusia. I'm the owner of Empire Lounge.
And how do you spell your first name, sir?
I'm sorry. Dessalen.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Florentine, can you please spell your name, state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, hello. John Fiorentine, JohnFiorentine.
Thank you, Mr. Fiorentine. And what's your relationship to ABRA, sir, please?
Mr. Chairman, I am a supervisory investigator.
All right, thank you. All right, the purpose of this hearing is that we received a letter from the Chief of Police on June 21st, 2021, requesting a fact-finding hearing regarding an incident that took place on June 20th, 2021. And so that is the purpose that we're here today. As you are aware, Mr. Bianco, that this is a fact-finding hearing. The board is just gathering information regarding the incident and whether or not the board will take any further action regarding this incident. As you are aware, the board cannot order the establishment to take a specific action. The establishment can volunteer to take action if they see appropriate. The board members might ask. And however, that's basically where we are. So just want to state, as you are aware, where we are. So what I will do is that I'll have the investigator, Mr. Fiorentine, he will give an overview, and then you are able to respond on behalf of your client. So I'll start with Mr. Fiorentine. Can you just let us know how you became familiar with this establishment and what is it that you did and what did you find out, sir? Okay.
Yes, sir. So on Sunday, June 20th at approximately 4 a.m., I received a notification from the Metropolitan Police Department via the ABRA hotline that an assault with deadly weapon gun had transpired in front of Empire Lounge located at 1909 9th Street Northwest. At approximately 4:30 a.m., I arrived on scene where I met with officers and detectives of the Metropolitan Police Department who provided me with an overview of what had transpired. I conducted staff interviews and reviewed security camera footage. In short, at approximately 3:37 a.m., a male suspect fired a single round and struck a male victim outside the establishment. The male suspect fled the location, and the male victim crossed the street where he sought assistance from nearby Metropolitan police officers. Neither the victim nor the suspect had entered the establishment. And of note, the weekend in question was a holiday extension weekend for Juneteenth. Following the investigation, it was a check of ABRA records indicated the establishment does have a settlement agreement, but does not have a security plan. And the establishment cooperated with both the Metropolitan Police Department and the ABRA investigation. And it was my understanding that the Metropolitan Police Department has identified the suspect.
Well, Mr. Florentine, Mr. Negosi, are you the driver or are you a passenger, sir?
I'm the passenger, sir. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead. Okay. Is that the extent of your investigation, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a quick question. Has it been determined whether or not these two individuals, were they in this establishment?
Negative, sir. The suspect attempted to enter the establishment, but was decided to turn around and engage in a verbal altercation that did not involve the suspect. While engaged in that conversation, the suspect then took action against the victim. And I have the security camera footage that might perhaps provide more clarity than my words.
No, do you want to show us, are you able to show us the footage?
I am, if Ms. Anderson would give me the permissions to share.
Miss Andrews, can you please give Mr. Florentine the ability to share his screen, please?
Sure, stand by. Okay, Mr. Fiorentine, you can share your screen now.
So the security camera video starts at 3:37 a.m. The establishment is located in the lower right-hand corner. This is the east side of the street with U Street located to our the upper right-hand corner, and we're looking out onto 9th Street Northwest.
Okay.
And that concludes the video.
All right, so, Mr. Florentin,
Mhm.
what time was this?
This was at 3:37 in the morning. And the video starts at 3:37, and the shooting transpired at roughly 3:40.
And I know this was the extended hour, so how long could this establishment sell and serve? What were the operating hours for this day?
They could sell and serve alcohol till 4 a.m., but they could operate for 24 hours.
Okay. All right, you can close your screen, sir. Thanks. No, you can. Yeah. All right. Thanks. And did the establishment cooperate with your investigation?
The establishment did. Staff at the establishment remained on scene. They did not contaminate the crime scene. The crime scene was preserved. They provided video footage to both the Metropolitan Police Department and to myself.
All right. Thank you. I know that in this particular case, it appears that the victim was trying to enter the establishment, but it was never allowed in. Do you know if this individual was at any point inside the establishment? Do you know prior to this incident?
Based on my investigation, he had not entered the establishment that night.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions by any other board members of the investigator?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Brandon.
I mean, this has already been stated, but just for my clarification, the footage nor information that the inspector was able to gather indicated that either the assailant or the victim had been in that venue. Is that correct?
Mr. Grandis, that is correct. The suspect, it is believed, arrived in a vehicle. The female who points to the victim was off to stage left, out of screen. He arrived in the vehicle. The female pointed that individual out. The Metropolitan Police Department investigation indicated that there was some sort of a dialogue between that female and the victim, and that once the male companion of that female arrived on scene, she pointed him out. He was not party to that original verbal altercation, and that he entered, confronted the victim, and then shot him once.
So then the woman who was out of the screen, had she been a guest or customer in that venue? As far as you know?
Based on my investigation, no.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Bianca, any questions of the investigator?
No questions from me.
Mr. Bianco, just you're the owner, can tell me. So what were your operating hours that day?
So my client was operating until 4 a.m. Although they had the right to serve up until 4 a.m., they had actually already had last call at 3:30. Although they would typically, and did in this instance, continue to admit people to come in and pick up their friend or dance right up until the last moments that they're allowed to be open. So they weren't serving at this point, and I believe that was substantiated by Mr. Fiorentine when he did his walkthrough, and by MPD when they did their walkthrough. Based on the report, and as far as I can tell from speaking with my client, the police arrived on the scene within seconds, as they were already stationed on 9th Street. My client fully cooperated in all respects with both MPD and ABRA.
All right, Mr. Bianco, it's never my job to ask any licensee about their business practice. However, the establishment closes at 4 o'clock. That's the representation.
Correct.
And the video was 3:37. And it appears that there is a significant amount of people who were attempting to go into the establishment at 3:37. Is there a cover charge to get in the establishment?
That I'm not sure about. Des, are you able to say if there's a cover charge at that point?
Yeah, well, we don't charge it. We don't charge cover charge like after an hour to the closing. But
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. So you don't charge cover charge what?
no, we have a cover charge license, but we don't charge cover charge like after 2 o'clock to the closing.
So you don't charge. So when did you stop charging folks on the stage? What time did you stop?
3 a.m.
I'm sorry?
That's 3 a.m.
3 a.m. So you stopped your cover charge at 3 a.m. But I'm just asking a question, sir. Why is it that at 3:37 that there is a line of people trying to get into your establishment? You, as you've stated, and our investigators have also stated, there was no service after 3:30. At least we can't prove that there was a service after 3:30, but you have already had last call. So why is it that you have a whole bunch of people still trying to get into the establishment when that you have already called last call and you're going to close at 4 a.m.? I mean, is this a good practice?
That now. So the normal practice is that we stop serving alcohol half an hour before we close, and people might come up to pick up waitresses and promoters can come in, but we don't serve alcohol. But this is specific incidents. The Metropolitan Police, they walked in right away. The venue is clear when they walk in. We don't have anybody. But I know how it looks from the video, but we don't have anybody there.
I'm asking you a different question, sir.
Right.
Is it appropriate? You're closing at 4 o'clock on the state. You have already had last call. Why is there still a line of people to get into your establishment at 3:37 when you're closing in 23 minutes? You have already had last call. Why is it that you're having all these people trying to enter your establishment? That's all I'm trying to ask you. Is this a good practice, sir? Is this
It's
something
not,
that I'm sorry?
it's not absolutely, as long as I'm aware.
I can't. I
Unless they are,
can't. I can't
I'm
hear
sorry.
you because you're moving and your internet connection is not stable. So I'm not sure how much longer you'll be driving, sir. But I can't get an answer because your internet connection is not stable.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, sir. But this is my problem, sir.
Okay.
This hearing was scheduled for 1:30. I don't understand why is it that you cannot be in a stable establishment in a stable, secure location to do this hearing. My problem with this is that you know about this, so you can schedule your day to be in a secure location to do this hearing. I can't have you. We're doing a hearing and there's a screen is moving. I can't hear you because and this is a planned scheduled hearing, sir. I appreciate the fact if you can be in a secure location where your internet is working, so I can hear what you're saying. You're not. I'm not saying that you. I appreciate the fact that you cooperated with our investigator. It appears, based on the video, that you did not do anything correct. I'm just asking you about your business practices because if you're already closed, I don't see why there's a crowd of people still trying to get into your establishment.
I apologize, sir. I'm really sorry. I had an emergency. That's why I get into Uber. Pull over for me if you don't mind, sir. But yes, that's not a good practice. Normally, we allow people in after half an hour before we close if they are family of the employees or the promoters. In this specific case, I'm not sure who these people are, but I have to clarify.
But I would ask, sir, for you to revisit this issue because I know that if I'm going to if you let me into your establishment at 3:30, 3:40, and you're going to close at 4 o'clock, I can buy liquor. That cannot necessarily be a positive experience. And that's just something that I would like you, sir, to revisit your business. I'm just asking for to look at that issue because there is I don't think it's good business practice that you have already done last call, so you're not selling alcohol anymore. And then there's a crowd of people still trying to get inside of your establishment. I mean, there's a difference if there's a crowd of people and you have already told them that we're closed and people want to come in, and then you're not letting them in. But you're actively letting people into the establishment, and I don't know if this could have been preventable, but it doesn't appear to me that this is a good business practice to be allowing folks into that many people into the establishment when you have already done last call and everyone has to be out by 4 o'clock.
I understand, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
I just really want to underscore my support for all the comments you've just made, because this is not the first hearing that we've been confronted with the situation where there seems to be a bit of chaos towards the end of the evening on sidewalks, and particularly our licensees who we've requested to come to these fact findings are in moving vehicles. I agree with you that I think it's not helpful to the licensee to be in an unstable environment, and we are challenged with being able to hear them. And I just would like the future to see that our licensees respect this process and be in a stable, secure environment as you suggest. I want to thank you very much for making that part of the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other comments by any other investigator? I'm sorry, any other board member, or Mr. Bianco or Mr. Negosi?
from the licensing.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation today, Mr. Florentine, Mr. Ngozi, and Mr. Bianco. The board will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 21-251-00020, Red Lounge Hooker, license number 76011. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee along with Investigator Puente, and I'm not sure if there's going to be a representative from MPD on the line, but anyone who has identified themselves as for the hearing, for this hearing, please.
Sure, stand by. Mr. Ba, your rights have been elevated. Investigator, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Ba, do you have a camera, sir? If you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, sir? Mr. Ba.
You got it?
Do you have a camera, Mr. Ba?
Yes.
I'm trying to, give it a second, yes.
Sandra, can you turn the camera for your dad? It's our turn, please.
All right, Mr. Ba. All right, thank you. Can you put your phone on mute? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We're having a fact finding here today because on July 19th, 2021, the Chief of Police submitted a request to the board for a fact finding hearing concerning an incident that occurred on July 17th, 2021. That's a perfect. So let's start with Mr. Puente. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Kevin Puente, Kevin Puente.
Mr. Ba, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? You're on mute, Mr. Ba. Mr. Ba, unmute your phone, please. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay. My name is Amadou Ba, Amadou, last name Bah.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I am the owner.
Thank you, Mr. Ba. All right, Mr. Ba, this is a fact-finding hearing. The Chief of Police had requested that we conduct a fact-finding hearing based on the event that occurred at your establishment. As you, I'm not sure if you've participated in a fact-finding hearing before, the board is just gathering information. The board has not made any determination whether or not any violations, whether or not we will find you guilty or innocent of any potential violations. We're just gathering facts based on the request that was made to us by the Chief of Police regarding this incident. Just want to alert you that during a fact-finding hearing, the board cannot order you to take any specific action. The board can request of you to take some actions. You are free to state that you're not going to do those actions, but you can volunteer to take the actions that the board has suggested. However, the board cannot order you at a fact-finding hearing to do that. And I just also want to state to you that if the board requests for you to do something, And if you decline to take those actions, it does, and it will not reflect negatively on you, sir. I just want you that to know, all right? So I don't want you to believe that it just because the board says something, you have to do it. We hope that you would do it, but it doesn't reflect positively or negatively if you decide not to take the suggestions by the board. Is that, are you aware, you know where we are, sir? All right, okay?
Yes, yes.
So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to ask Mr. Puente to give us factual, to address what his investigation has shown, and the board will ask Mr. Puente some questions. You're free to ask Mr. Puente questions of his case report, and after Mr. Puente is done, if you want to make a statement, you are willing to do that. All right?
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Puente, I would like you to just let us know how did you write a report, and as a result of the request that was made to us by the chief of police, what actions, if any, did the board take? I'm sorry, did the agency take through your actions?
Yes, sir. I wrote a report on Red Lounge on Saturday, July 17th, 2021. Myself and investigator Playtez were monitoring establishment along 14th Street. We observed a large MPD presence and several ambulances right outside of Red Lounge. We parked and went across the street, spoke with Sergeant Shipman from MPD, who advised us that they had 2 people stabbed right outside of Red Lounge. They were getting conflicting stories about an altercation that possibly started inside or started at the neighboring establishment. Later that morning, MPD was notified by Anne Arundel County Police that they received a 3rd stabbing victim who was transported to the University of Maryland Medical Center on their own. And they advised Anne Arundel that they were at Red Lounge and were involved in a fight. On that night, I spoke with the owner's wife, Miss Wafi Harag. We asked to see
Mr. Puente, can you spell her name, please?
Yes, so it's Wafi Harag. First name is Quafiae. Last name Harag, Harrag. She advised me that the establishment had just closed. It was just staff inside, and something happened outside where there was a fight. We asked to see surveillance video. When we went upstairs, we noticed the surveillance system wasn't working properly. Ms. Harag advised me that they believe the establishment had a contractor who's been doing work at the establishment. He put his supplies in that room where they keep the surveillance video, and believes he may have unplugged the system accidentally. So that's why there was no surveillance video. MPD said they believe the fight did occur outside, but they just wanted to see what happened inside, or if anything happened inside, but we can't substantiate that. I spoke to Ms. Farag again on Tuesday, July 20th, and she advised me that Mr. Ba went ahead and purchased more camera equipment to keep it secured. That'll allow it to run if it's unplugged as well. The establishment does not have a security plan or a settlement agreement. It should also be noted that on February 16th, 2020, there was another incident where there was a firearm inside the establishment. There was a case report, case number 20-251-00026, that was generated. In that incident, the security camera wasn't recording enough data. There wasn't enough storage on the unit. So MPD had issues with that, with this being the second incident in a row where there's been issues with the security cameras. And that's really it, sir.
Mr. Puente, do you know whether or not the establishment has addressed their, factually, have they made an improvement to the camera system?
Oh yeah, so when I spoke to Ms. Rock, they were waiting for it to arrive. I was planning to go back out there this week when I return to work, when I'm on duty, to inspect it, to see if it's recording and make sure it's up to date and everything.
And typically, what is it that the ABRA expects in the sense of recording the capability with a security? How would you describe what's a good security system, at least in your experience in working with other establishments that has security system? I mean, in the sense of recording, what is it what's expected?
Usually we like to see security equipment be able to hold a 30-day retention period from the date, be able to hold footage for 30 days. And if we can come back 30 days later, we can access it. That the security equipment be kind of secured and not with other things or be in a storage closet where it can easily be unplugged. So mainly where it's by itself and secured by the owner.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions that the any board members have of Mr. Puente? All right. Mr. Baugh, do you have any questions of Mr. Puente?
I'm kind of, I think it is two things happened. The first case he was talking about, that case, what happened, that incident was, what's the name?
Hold on, Mr. Baugh, hold on, Mr. Baugh.
Yes.
He only mentioned the first case because there was an issue with your camera. We don't care about what happened. The first case is not relevant. He had just brought that up because he was just saying that there was a camera issue in that first case too, sir.
I'm trying to come over there. I just purchased a camera, new system. It have a 16 camera. That one, we just installed those. And it's not even, we don't even finish putting all the camera because we're trying to find out what area we need the camera, what area we need the camera. So we set up already a couple of them. And this one has like, you can keep it for months, the footage. Because the one we have before, it keep the footage only for 1 week. So we take that one out, we got a new one. And also, what I did also, which is nobody ever done, and I purchased also some body camera for the security. And that one also, I'm gonna implement. The security have to have a body camera also. So that's my next thing I wanna do, because that will protect from anything is happening in front of them. And also we have the surveillance inside, and also if he go walk outside, and he can record everything is happening.
All right. So, Mr. Baugh, from your perspective, can you tell us what happened in the stand question, on the stand question?
Okay, what that days we have operation normal like usually. Everybody was happy. Everybody walk out after we close. Everybody leave the place. The security locked the door, so everybody was left. But people keep hanging outside sometime, waiting for the Uber, or maybe they're waiting for the ride. So, but you know how it is. We cannot tell them what to do outside. Anytime we tell them, the security tell them, y'all need to move, y'all need to leave, they say this is public property. So, but we did the best we can to make them leave the area. But this, we don't know what happened outside. What we found out, there was a fight, somebody coming from somewhere, and then they have altercation with one of the client came from our place, and then they start fighting.
And Mr. Baugh,
Yes.
and why is it that you don't know what happened, sir?
No, I don't know anything.
But I'm saying, but why don't you know what happened?
Because we was inside. The security put everybody outside. Everybody left. They was outside waiting for their ride. So we was inside. We don't know. We don't watch what's going on outside.
So you don't think that if you had a camera that was operational, then you would know what happened in front of your establishment, sir?
Okay, what happened and on those cameras thing, it's not like we don't have a camera. We used to have a camera. So, but we have a contractor working there for like a month almost. So the contractor have all his tools in the office. So what he did, he came because he have a key. He came in, he bought somebody to help him to grab his tools, and I think they pulled the wire without knowing, because I talked to him. I asked him, why you disconnect the camera? He said, no, he don't do it. And I said, who did? He said, maybe the guy was helping me to move the equipment. That's maybe he's the one who did. So that's what happened. Because when the police came that night, we thought the camera working. And I take them, I say, yeah, we have camera. We go there now, and we try to turn on to see the screen, it won't come out. And I asked the police, I said, do you know how to check this? Because I try everything, I can't get the thing. And then he came in and he tried to help me. He said, there's no power. And then that's how we find out.
So as far as your camera is concerned, sir, what changes are you making to ensure that this doesn't happen again, sir?
I make a big change because I bought a surveillance camera now for 1,000 in couple of 1,000, I think 300 almost. So I came in, I called somebody, my security came in, put it in different area. So, but we still have more camera. We try to find out what area we need more to adjust it to add more camera, because I bought for 16 camera now. So we're gonna have a camera everywhere for sure.
Would you agree to have ABRA come over to your establishment and look at your establishment and suggest what areas that you should have a camera, sir?
I'll be willing to do that. If they can help me with that, that will be perfect. We working together.
Now, how long have you been? Where's your establishment located, sir?
It's in 14th Street, cross street from the Reed Center.
Oh, so you're right across from
Yes.
from AFRA. Okay.
Yes.
So how long have you been in operation there, sir?
22 years. I mean, yes, I've been in business in that place for 20 something years. Yeah.
22 years. Do you have a security plan?
Yes, I do.
Have you filed a security plan with ABRA?
Yes, I did.
Are you sure you have, Mr. Puente?
Yes.
Have you found any security plan on records for this establishment?
No, not on record with us.
All right, Mr. Baugh, you said that you have a security plan. Would you agree to file the security plan to talk to the agency and to file a security plan? And if it's not legally appropriate, would you be willing to make the changes and file it with the agency?
Yes, I will.
Are you able to do this within the next 30 days?
Yes. If he can help me, we can set up meeting. He can help me to do whatever have to be done to make sure everything is gonna be safe and secure.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions by any of the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Barr a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barr.
How you doing, sir?
You've been there for 22 years.
Yes.
Great location. Are you familiar with the reimbursable police details that this agency offers to licensees like yourself?
I heard about that.
Would you think it reasonable that you check with MPD and see if it's possible that you can get a detail, because that would take care of all of your loitering problems that you have outside now? Because with a police officer out there, until you close, I would think would be a great idea, especially now that you got your 16 cameras working.
I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make sure everything is gonna be secure.
Okay, well, when the investigator comes to check your camera angles, you could talk to that person or that investigator about how you go about getting an RDO.
I agree. I can do that.
I'll just say this. If you've been on 14th Street for 22 years, you know police presence does help, correct?
Yes, I do. I do.
Okay, so yeah, I talk with the investigator when he comes out to see your cameras, and I think you'll be a lot safer.
Thank you so much. I'm willing to do that.
Thank you for your cooperation and congratulations on 22 years on 14th Street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Yes,
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Parente, I want to thank you for your expert testimony today and helping us understand the facts of that incident. In my looking at the investigative report, I may have overlooked what time did the MPD believe the incident occurred. I think what I read is that you, APRA investigator, did not show up till about 3:30. I think if that's correct. But any information about the time of the incident?
Yes, sir. MPD said they responded at 3:16 in the morning.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barr,
Yes.
I want to thank you for participating today as well. What time on Saturday evening, which is Sunday morning, does your license allow you to operate?
To operate, we open until 3.
And what time is your alcohol beverage service on your license to end?
What we do, we stop serving alcohol 2:30.
You stop serving it, or was
Yes.
that last call?
Yes.
What time is last call?
2:30.
Okay, so you don't stop serving, you allow last call at 2:30.
That's no. 2:30. That's the time we say you cannot serve no more alcohol.
Do you have a last call time?
Yeah, around I think at 2. What time was it?
It's last call 2:30.
2:30 last. Okay.
People finish the drinking and they leave.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barr, we cannot involve someone off camera unless they are recognized as a witness.
Yeah, this is my wife. She's the one who operates most of the time the place.
Okay. So again, what time is your last call?
2:30.
So alcohol is served at 2:30.
Yeah, we serve until 2:30. Yeah, we.
When does alcohol service end?
2:45.
Yes.
Okay.
During the course of the evening, do you have a door person to check IDs?
Yes.
So if the incident was around 3:15, wouldn't you have had that individual noting everyone leaving the establishment, or do you not have anyone after 3 o'clock?
Yeah, what happens sometimes when it's not too busy and at the end people leave early, so that's what happens. So
your place was empty at 3 o'clock?
Someday, yes, around 3 o'clock. That's we don't allow nobody to stay there. The security he start from the bathroom. They put everybody out. He push people to go out all the way to the front.
And that occurs at 3 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, so does that person who is moving the crowd out go to the entrance?
He start from the bathroom in the back, and then he push people. Let's go. He don't allow nobody to go back in the back. So,
I only raise this because based on patrons not really thinking they're doing any incommoding or whatever, often when they leave, we'll just congregate on the sidewalk because they've had friendships, they've had conversations, they're waiting for Uber or whatever. So I would strongly suggest that if your policy is not to have someone outside the front door until everyone has left the sidewalk that's from your establishment, I think you may want to do that because it will help us understand the possible engagement of your venue in an incident in the future. So I would suggest you try to get the sidewalk of your patrons moved along at 3 a.m.
Okay. Actually, since we have this problem, the security, when he push people out, he opened the door, he tell them to disperse, don't stay in front of the place.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any other board members? All right, Mr. Baugh, the board will take this matter under advisement, but we will follow, the agency will follow up with you regarding the cameras and also the security plans.
Okay.
But we're not.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, but we're not going to take it. We're not going to take any action at this moment. We'll take it on advisement, but we will get back to you regarding what further action, if any, the board will take. But however, we will definitely instruct you on the security the security plan. You stated that you had one filed with the agency. The agency said that they don't have a copy of it.
Yes.
So we'll follow up with you regarding that. We'll also follow up with you regarding the location. And I know that Mr. Short has spoken to you about RDO. And so we can also provide you some information about RDO. But so I just want, but anyway, I want to thank you, sir, for appearing today. And also I want to thank Mr. Puente for your presentation today. All right. So the board will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much for your appearance. Thank you. All right. You're free to go, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 21-251-00018, Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. This case is continued to September 15th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the licensee. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 21-251-0021, Bravo, license number 71564. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the participants in this case? There should be the licensee. There should also be the investigator, and I believe that Officer Williams is participating.
Sure, stand by. Mr. De Silva, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Lawson, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Glasgow, your rights have been elevated. And Officer Williams, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Miss Andrews, can you please, disable Mr. Baugh's? I see that his microphone is open, so can you please
Oh,
disable?
sure, stand by.
All right, thank you. If you, for all the participants for this case, if you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, please? So Officer Williams, Mr. De Silva, and I believe Mr. Lawson. I can see you, Mr. De Silva. Officer Williams and Mr. Lawson.
I can't get my camera to cut on. I'm trying right now.
All right. Well, okay, that's fine. Okay. All right. All right. So, Officer Williams. Officer Williams. Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am. All right. Let me have all the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the investigator. You're on mute.
Yes. Investigator Rhoda Glasgow, RHODA, last name GLASGOW.
Officer Williams.
Lieutenant Burdett Williams,
Good afternoon.
BREDET, last name Williams, WILLIAMS,
Good
badge
afternoon.
L312, 2nd District.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Williams. Mr. De Silva.
Yes, Lorenzo Da Silva with Bravo Bravo. I'm the general manager. Hello.
Can you please spell your name, sir?
I'm sorry. LORENZODASILVA.
And what's your role with Bravo Bravo, sir?
General manager.
And who's Mr. Lawson? Can you please spell or state your name, please?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Lawson. I'm the head of security. That's MICHAEL. Last name LAWSON.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Mr. De Silva, are you part of the ownership of the establishment, sir?
No, I'm not.
Is there any? Are you an ABC manager, or
Yes.
you're an ABC manager, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you know why no one else? Why no management? Why are you aware of why an owner is not available today to testify, sir?
No, I am sorry. I actually don't think he was aware he needed to be here, so I was not aware that I should have probably informed him to be here. I'm sorry about that. No.
But is he aware that we're having is the owner aware that we're having this hearing?
Yes, sir. The owner is aware, yes.
Well, in the future, sir, that we are having, and so if we check our records, it will state that you have an active manager's license with our agency, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, the purpose of this hearing is the chief of police. An incident occurred. The chief of police requested that we have a fact-finding hearing. So on July 18th, the chief of police sent ABRA a request for a fact-finding hearing concerning an incident that had taken place at Bravo Bravo on July 18th. Now, are you aware of this incident, sir? Were you there?
Yes, sir. I was actually happened to be there crossing actually right when the incident apparently occurred. So yes.
Well, I want you to express this to ownership, sir, that when the board has an ABC, when there's a hearing, we expect an owner to be either a designated representative or an owner to be here. I know that you're the general manager, so but because of the seriousness of it's the seriousness of the issue in the sense that the board asked for a hearing, we expect that ownership is present to hear what is being requested by the board.
Absolutely. He would have loved to be here too. I'm sorry. I should have actually expressed that to him to make sure that he was here. Anything I can do to
I'm sorry, what were you saying, sir?
other than relay everything, all the information that I am going to pick up today? Anything else I can do to maybe have him come back?
Well, the hearing is scheduled today, so you said that you're an ABC manager. You said that the owner is aware. I'm not sure what it is that the board will do today, but once we listen to the hearing, then the board will make a determination what further action, if any, we will take. All right, so I'll just start off with Lieutenant Williams. Lieutenant Williams, are you well versed in why the chief of police had asked us? I know that the agency has we've done a case report, but can you just share with us why is it that the chief of police requested that we have a fact-finding hearing on this case?
Yes, Chair Anderson, thank you. On the date in question, the victim in this case was in the establishment of Bravo Bravo, which is located at 1001 Connecticut Avenue, Northwest, at approximately 1:50 a.m. During the time inside of the establishment, the victim was involved in a physical altercation with the suspect. The nightclub security escorted the victim out of the rear of the establishment and the suspect and his friend out of the front of the establishment. The suspects then traveled and located the victim and began to assault him from behind. After assaulting the victim, they stole his property. The victim was transported to an area hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, and the suspects made good their escape. The case is currently being investigated by the 2nd District Detective's Office.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. Ms. Glasgow, how is it that you became aware of this case, and what investigation, if any, did the agency do?
So I was assigned this investigation because of the altercation that happened at the establishment. I visited the establishment on the 17th of July, 2021, and I spoke with the ABC manager, Mr. Lorenzo, where he stated where the fight did happen, and his security guard escorted two of the individuals at the back entrance and one of the individual in the front entrance. A review of video footage did confirm that one individual was escorted out from the front. However, we could not determine, or I could not determine, how many individuals was escorted out to the back of the establishment. I reviewed video surveillance again, and it did confirm of the fight that did happen. There were 4 individuals in the altercation, 1 remained inside, and 3 were escorted out.
No, that's it?
I'm sorry. Also, I thought you were asking me a question. I'm sorry. Yes, so the 2 security guard I interviewed, Mr. Michael Lawson, Micheal Lawson, and Mr. Daquan Sanders, Daquan stated that and confirmed with me that they did escort the individuals out. Mr. Lawson remained out in the front of the establishment and stayed there until the individual that he escorted out of the establishment, until he left from in front of Bravo Bravo. The Mr. Daquan Sanders confirmed that when he let the 2 individuals out of the back, he walked with them and they went their separate ways after that. The video footage did not show any altercation outside of the establishment because it happened approximately 300 feet from in front of the establishment. I also spoke with, I interviewed the victim of what in the report, and he stated that why the altercation started because I guess he hit by accident one of the suspect, and they started fighting inside of the establishment. And he said that they parted the fight and they took them outside, but he believed that when they took them to the back, it was 2 guys that he was in the altercation with. Mr. Reyes believed that the 2 guys he was in the altercation with was let out with him in the back. But according to the security, Mr. Daquan Sanders stated that he went out with one of the victim and one of the suspect. And I think that's about all the information I was privy to with the victim and the security surveillance.
All right, thank you. Mr. De Silva, what is it you can add to what occurred on that date, please?
Yes, sir. I actually happened to be doing my walk to check the front when I heard that there was an altercation in the club. I have to make sure what happens is contained in our area, and usually when that happens is either separating or making sure that there's nothing around that happens. So what I did was I did my patrol around to the front, and I actually happened to walk into one of the suspects. I'm on camera walking in with him, and I'm standing in front of the suspect. The gentleman has missing one shoe, and that's what initially caught my attention. And then he was just talking to me for about 10 minutes out in the front. just taking his time, and he didn't seem like aggressive, but then he picked up his phone and he got some sort of message on his phone. Uh, so I think what that message was, now that it all makes sense to me, I think that he was being told where the victim was by someone, one of his friends maybe, who was let out or something like that. That's what I'm assuming may have happened. But I wasn't aware at the time that he was the actual uh, assailant at that moment uh, until I stood out there for about 20 more minutes, and police were at the location where it happened. So I I didn't catch what happened, but I know that it took about 20 minutes for it to happen. For that after they were taken out of the club. So that's all I could get at that moment because there was we were just really busy that night, and I found Mike, and Mike can actually explain everything um, from the security point of view.
All right, Mr. Lawson, what if anything can you add about what occurred that night, sir? The night
Yes,
of
sir. There was an altercation on the dance floor located in front of the stage. There were 4 individuals uh, in the altercation, and I heard the call go over the radio, and we pursued to the area. Once I got over there, I removed one of the individuals, and the other 2 individuals were removed by the other 2 individuals. They were taken to the rear. They were taken out the rear of the club. The other one that was in the altercation, I had recognized him and I was able to talk him down and calm him down, walk him out front, stand him next to one of his buddies which were attending the club, and he talked him down as well. He called somebody on the phone, and I stood out there for about 20 minutes. He called somebody, and then a black vehicle pulled up that you could see in the video. They got into it and they left after like maybe 35 minutes. So he had plenty enough time to calm down or whatever. He was gone. He didn't seem upset. He just talked about what he wasn't talking to me directly, but he stood next talking to the other guy, and he was within the arm's reach of me. And I don't know from that point on, once they left, I don't know what happened. No calls came over the radio. Uh, this situation occurred maybe a block away from us or something, and I don't, and we have no clue of what happened as far as that, the report coming back. Once they told us that, I was in shock. I was like, what? And I didn't even know it was that situation.
So you're saying that for the suspect that was put out front, that you stayed with that person approximately 20 minutes to talk to that person, try to diffuse the situation. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I stood out there. I stood out there and kept him company just to make sure everything was all right. He stayed out front with me because he know that I was going to look out for him and make sure he was all right until his ride came, and then he left. That's it.
Now, all right, Mr. De Silva, I want to ask you a question. Are you aware of RDO? Does the club have RDO?
Yes, sir, we do.
Why? Do you know whether or not there was a request made that evening for RDO? Do you know whether or not that was ever done?
Yes, sir. So what happened is the phone systems. I have an email from Brenda Smith. Our office manager was trying to contact Brenda Smith for a while to find out what is going on with our account, so we can have an RDO. And for some reason, their phone systems were out of getting serviced. And so finally, I said, let me take over and send them an email. So I did. I got response on July 2nd, and then we just moved on to I think paying what we owed, 1,500, about I think that next day, and then it got registered on the 12th, I believe, or something like that. But Brenda didn't notify me. I was waiting to, in my first email, all I wanted was to have RDO. So that's why we were obviously doing it. So when I got notified, Brenda said that she could put us on the schedule. I immediately put us on the schedule so we've had RDO this month and last month.
So, but when is it that you're saying that you were notified by Brenda Smith in regarding the availability or
On
the
on the
availability of
20th.
the year?
On the
On the
20th.
20th?
Yes, sir.
And when was the first time you? I'm sorry.
On the
When was
2nd.
so July 2nd is when you said you contacted to find out the status of your account?
No, well, we have contacted her since we were trying to get in touch with someone since our office manager said she was trying to get in touch with someone since 2019, the end of 2019, right? We just started opening after COVID, after the allowance to open maskless, so just a couple of months ago. And that's when I said, okay, we need RDO. They were out there before. I'm recently taking over as from the previous general manager, so I have to pick up and find out where everything is. And during COVID, I was like, all right, so where are things? And so I got everything together finally. But RDO was, my priority as well. As you can see on this, I don't know if you saw, but on the report, Brenda mentions I contacted her on the 2nd. And started the process, paid, and it takes 2 weeks, I think, or something for it to process, is what she mentioned afterwards.
All right. Thank you. Any questions
Sir.
by any board members of any of the parties?
Yes, I'd like to ask the general manager a question, Mr. Chair.
Hold on 1 minute, Mr. Short. Hold on 1 minute. Lieutenant Williams, what is it? What do you want to express now?
I'm sorry, Chairman. I failed to mention that in this particular case, we did not receive a 911 call from anyone from Bravo Bravo. They did not have RDO because their account was not paid. We had routine patrol officers in the area, not paid overtime units. Additionally, we don't have a settlement agreement on file or a security plan from Bravo Bravo. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for the general manager.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Silver.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with Bravo Bravo, sir?
I started as the chef 2015, but that was like I was not with the establishment until 20 officially on staff as 2021.
Okay, Mr. Silver.
This year.
So the owner did not think it important to be here today. Is that a fair assumption?
No, he would have loved to have been here. I should have enforced that. I had no idea that he should have that it was necessary. I thought this was fact finding, so they were going to ask questions pertaining to people that knew about the incident that night. And since the owner was just inside, doing payroll and stuff, so I figured I was there. I met one of the suspects, so I figured I'm gonna just tell my story. So that I'm sorry, I had no idea. I should have told him. Yes.
Okay, well, I think the record will reflect with Arbor that we've seen the owner of Bravo Bravo. He's been here before the board before. I've been with the board for 3 different terms, 2 different mayors. And we've seen the owner before, and he knows to be here. So you can
Okay.
let him know. You can let him know. I'm just one board member, but I think that he should not be sending a general manager here
I
with
agree.
incidents like this because
Yes, sir.
questions you can't answer. but let me ask you this. The security personnel you have there, are they trained by anyone professionally?
Well, we have security that that are off-duty police officers from other states. And then yes, we do have a few that are fully trained. That we have veterans. So I mean, yes, I would.
Are you aware, General Manager, that the District of Columbia law states that security persons working in nightclubs have to have a training certificate and that the business has to register that? Were you aware of that?
I will look into that. I had no idea. I was not aware of that, sir.
So if you come before this board again, you
Yes,
do
sir.
know now that the security is supposed to be properly trained.
Absolutely. You will have the certificates ready next time I see you, if I ever do.
Thank you. I'll hold on to that. But I'll just simply
Yes,
say
sir.
this to you. The security guards who were escorting the persons out, one out of the front and two out of the back, are they trained? Either one of
Sir,
them?
I'm sorry, sir. Can I answer? This is Michael Lawson. I am trained and I have a certificate. Um, and I believe the owner that you're talking about is Mr. George. He previously, uh, uh, he's not no longer the owner. I trained under Mr. George, and I did receive a certificate to where I had to go take some classes at 2021 K Street, one of those establishments down there, at like 7 p.m. a few times, and I got a certificate.
Is that from the Metropolitan Police Department, sir? As
Um,
required by law?
no, no, it wasn't. It was called I forgot the name of it. It was
Don't
some kind
forget,
of training for nightclub training.
sir, if it's not from the District of Columbia, then please, I don't want you to further any more with information. I'd like to go back to the general manager, please. Mr. Silver,
Yes, sir.
as general manager here representing the owner, can you look into or talk with Lieutenant Williams or someone from the second district and find out how to get the appropriate training for your security staff? Because apparently, if they had had that training, what you had to happen and the reason why you before this board today may not have occurred.
I understand, sir. Yes.
And also as general manager, will it be your responsibility to make sure that the RDO details are paid on time?
It's the office. So the office manager, the owner's wife handles that, but I will be on top of that because
So as general manager, you never knew that you were behind?
when I asked what's going on with the officers, the office manager had no idea what was going on up until I had to take over and when I did, and then that week it was paid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silver. You made some indications that you're going to make some changes. I hope
promise,
that you
sir.
will live up. I hope that you will live up to those because we can't hold you to any standard because you're not the owner. So you really can't say what's going to happen to Bravo. All you can do is sit in your chair and tell us what we want to hear today. But the bottom line is, I really would like to see the owner be here. This question is for Lieutenant Williams. Lieutenant Williams, thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
How long have you been with MPD?
23 years, sir.
Great. How many years with the second district?
2.5.
2.5. Okay. And so this club is located at Connecticut Avenue and K Street. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One of the busiest intersections in the city.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, again, I hope that Mr. Silver can hold up and that Bravo will continue having the RDO because at that corner and intersection, that's very important, almost urgent, especially with all of the demonstrations and things we've been having in town in the recent months. But again, thank you for your service, Lieutenant Williams. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Short.
All right. Any other questions by any other board members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Mr. De Silva, what type of license does this venue have? What type of ABC license?
I guess restaurant.
Okay, I thought I read in the investigative report, I'm sorry. I thought I read on our agenda, it's a CN nightclub license. You're not aware of that?
Yes, it is. CN. Yes.
Okay. As a nightclub license, do you know if you all have filed a security plan?
Well, I will look into that. I have the security plan in hand, and I don't understand why it would not be filed, because now that I'm understanding, we had some sort of case in 2016 that needed to be attended to, and so I don't know why that would not have been.
Is there a date on your security plan? On the one
Yeah.
you say you're aware
Yes,
of?
sir. Yes, sir.
What's the date?
2016, sir.
Is it Lieutenant Williams? I apologize if I have misstated your name.
You're good.
Thank you. This gentleman says that they have a security plan. Did you research to find out if they have a security plan on file with ABRA?
Sir, I was unable to locate a security plan or a settlement agreement on file with ABRA.
Thank you, Mr. Glasgow. Do you know if on file if there was a security plan?
Yes, they do have a security plan on file.
They do. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Silva.
Sir.
I think I heard you say that you came on board in 2015 as a chef.
Yeah. Well, actually, on 20, I wanted to, but it didn't work out. So, it's 2018. I was just doing light chef work. Yes.
So, but you were an employee in 2015, 2016, 20.
No, I was not. I was just, so I'm friends with the owner, so I wanted to help out in the establishment, put my time in there, and then eventually the previous general manager was put out, so he said he trusts me to help him now after COVID, so I
So when did you
took
become
over.
an employee of this venue?
2021, this year, yes.
Ah,
Well,
not
no,
this year.
wait, 20, sorry, excuse me. It was right before COVID started. So it was like 2019, 2020, just like a fraction of like four months I was, and then with the lockdowns hit. So yes, sir.
So are you aware of the number of assaults and simple assaults that this establishment has been recorded by our investigative history?
I saw that on the papers. Yes, sir.
Before you saw it on the papers, were you
No.
aware that they had been assaults and
No, sir.
even assaults against our police officers?
No, sir. Actually, no. That was actually surprising when I saw that.
Okay, so I guess you stayed in the kitchen before
Yes.
you were
Oh,
hired.
yeah.
You didn't know
I
what was
stayed.
going on.
Yeah. No, I stayed away. Yeah, from the front. Yeah, I was completely inside guy. I had no idea. I was just in the little corner, and it was a few hours a night. There was nothing
Well,
really.
I share the chairman and other board members' concern that the owner, or one of the owners, is not here today because it's not completely helpful by them not participating. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Lawson, how long have you been working at this establishment, sir?
Roughly 10 years.
10 years?
Yeah.
So what is your role or title at the establishment, sir?
I'm the head of security.
So how many security personnel were working the night of this incident?
13.
13. Okay. And all right, okay. All right. Do you have Mr. I'm going to bring this hearing to an end. So Lieutenant, Ms. Glasgow, Mr. De Silva, Mr. Lawson, we'll start with the Lieutenant. Do you have any final comments you want to make?
First, I wanted to thank Investigator Glasgow for her assistance on that evening with my officers.
Thank you for that compliment. Thank you for that comment, Lieutenant. Thank you for that on behalf of the board. Thank you for expressing that on the record. All right, thank you. Ms. Glasgow,
Yes, sir?
any final comments before I bring this?
No.
Mr. Lawson?
No, sir, we'll make the necessary changes and get the necessary training.
Mr. De Silva, any comments?
No, I'm sorry. I was not bringing the owner in today, and thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
And so you stated that you are in charge of you'll ensure that the RDO bill is paid promptly if it's once a bill is there. As the general manager, you're stating that you'll make sure that it's promptly paid.
I will take that responsibility. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, the board will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much, Lieutenant, for being here today. Thank you, Ms. Glasgow. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Thank you, Mr. De Silva. The board will take this matter under advisement, and we'll make a decision whether or not we'll take any further action. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Then. All right. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. We are at the end of our schedule for today. And so if there's no further ado, I will bring this hearing, move towards closing the record. All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with 3, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on August 18th, 2021, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for August 18th, 2021, as published in the DC Register on August 13th, 2021. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold the aforementioned closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today. Thank you very much for your participation. I'd also thank the board members for their active participation in our hearing today. This hearing is now, we're now adjourned for the day, and I am now directing all board members to return to executive sessions for further development. Thank you very much and have a great day. All right, bye-bye.